Hello, hello, and welcome everybody. Hello, Aninia. How are you doing? You're well. Nice, nice. I'm doing okay as well. Just finished with my work, and yeah, we're back to game dev streaming. So, yeah, last Thursday, we migrated the server project to .NET 9. I did have to do some small fixes of Stream to make it work and make it actually compile in the Docker environment. But yeah, looks like it's working, it's running. I didn't notice any bugs so far. But yeah, this is far from the end. We also need to migrate all the dependencies. It's not really required, but some of the dependencies that I actually have to migrate could be challenging. So, not sure where to start actually. So, we figured out that Microsoft extension, command line utils, where was that? Let's open the project real quick. It was in Boulder Toolkit, App Runner, I think. Hello, Kurosawa. So yeah, this one, command line utils, and there was one more. Yeah, platform abstractions. These two are deprecated, and we need to figure out what would be the correct way to get rid of them. And my idea is maybe we can completely ditch the app runner and the app project, because basically what was the reason for that is there was no way to comfortably build and host a console application, just server-side console application that's not ASP.NET when .NET Core was released. So this was the purpose of this app and app runner. But yeah, from what I remember, one sec, where was it? .NET app host, maybe? Generic host. Yeah, there is this thing that was introduced in whatever. That's the last added date, I guess. Does it say which version of .NET is required? I don't know, but yeah, looks like maybe this generic host would be the way to go. Because basically what I need from the app, so what the app is doing is it's providing the command line host for an application that you can define in various ways. So there is like, yeah, the base class, which is in my case is the same as generic app. It provides dependency injection modules, which is basically like a bundle of dependency injection configurations, which is very, very simple. It can be replaced with, I don't know, the ASP.NET approach where you configure your dependency injection container with some use methods, like use MVC. It's basically the same thing, it's just it's a little bit more modular in my implementation. It defines some startup services, which is basically a way to like execute some piece of code that's then going to subscribe to the application lifetime. which is like an alternative maybe to a middleware. I don't know, in ASP.NET, but there should be some alternative in generic host. There is also configuration file definitions, which probably can be just hard-coded. And there is file system path map, which is a little bit in-depth way of like having collections of files of specific type or directories that are gonna be scanned. But yeah, I really don't like this approach. It was an attempt to make certain like generalization of the file system, because the server was meant to run on Windows, on native Linux, in Docker and stuff like that. But that's just, I don't think you ever would need that. And single path map is way more than enough. And probably we can completely get rid of this and make it like entries in the config files or something like that. Or options for the command line interface. So we can try and get rid of that. But yeah, we need to find out if this generic app host is actually the correct way of doing that. So first of all, is this thing up to date? Yes, it is. 903. Host builder, flares and extension host and abstraction. Okay, so we build a host. Services, get require service, host application, lifetime. Lifetime application started, register. Perfect, perfect. So this is my implementation of services. Alternative to my implementation of services. So basically, if we open, what service can we take a look at? Something from the network. So for example, login server, network, something simple, client listener startup. So this startup file is basically the startup service, and its main purpose is take the services from the dependency injection, and then when the app starts, it should bring up the services, and then you subscribe to this app. So for example, when the app is stopping, we can stop the listeners. Now there is also some traces. Okay, that means that I do need to migrate that. But yeah, there is some telemetry stuff that I included here. But this lifetime thing is essentially the same. So application started, stopping, stopped. Okay, then we start a host. And this listens for Control C. Wait for shutdown. Okay. So let's see. Let's read this. The .NET generic host is responsible for app startup and lifetime management. The worker service templates create .NET generic host application builder. The generic host can be used with other types of .NET applications such as console apps. A host is an object that encapsulates app resources and lifetime functionality. such as dependency injection, login, configuration, app shutdown, hosted service implementations. What is that? When a host starts, it calls hosted service start async on each implementation of hosted service. What is that? Start and stop. Starts and immediately stops. It got implemented in .NET 8. I see. So this is why I didn't have it, didn't even know about it. So what is this? When a host starts, it calls iHosted service start async on each implementation of iHosted service, registering the service container collection of hosted services. Aha, I see. In a worker service app, all iHosted service implementations that contain background service instances. Wait. In a worker service app, all iHosted service implementations that contain background service instances have their background service execute async method called. Aha. So a background service is an implementation of iHosted service. Execute task. Performs application-defined tasks associated with freeing, releasing, and resetting unmanaged resources. One very important thing that I'm keeping track of constantly is for the service, the startup, when you start up a service in my implementation, and that startup registers the stopping event, that is an ordered operation. So all the registered stopping and stopped event handlers are always executed from the last to first. So if, for example, the last service registered unstopping event handler, then that will be called before all the previous ones. So it's in backwards order. Do we have some kind of control of order of these operations in here? Task that represents the lifetime of a long-running operation being performed. I don't understand what the difference between background service and just an implementation of iHosted service. In a worker service app, what does that mean? Ah, wait. I think I know. So a worker service app is probably something that has a certain task to execute, and when the task executes, the app should shut down, right? The main reason for including all of the apps in the independent resources in one object is lifetime management control over app startup and graceful shutdown. Set up a host. The host is typically configured, built, and run by code in the program class, the main method. Okay. And I guess we have 2 ways of running that. Host application builder and host builder. What? Oh, the networker service templates generate the following code to create a generic host. Oh, both of them are worker templates. So what's the difference? Builder, create application builder, add hosted service worker. Then we build and run. And host builder, create default builder. Builder, configure services, so that's the container. What? Services add hosted service. What is the difference? Host application builder, host builder. What? Worker services and .NET. There are numerous reasons for creating long-running services, such as processing CPU-intensive data, queuing work items in the background, performing a time-based operation and schedule. So yeah, this is like actually a worker that's meant to process certain task and exit. Background service processing usually doesn't involve a user interface, but UIs can be built around them. In the early days of the .NET framework, Windows developers could create Windows services for these purposes. Now with .NET, you can use background service, which is an implementation of iHosted service, or implement your own. With .NET, you're no longer restricted to Windows. You can develop cross-platform background services. Wait, no. They're talking about actually an alternative to Windows services. Hosted services are login, configuration, and dependency injection ready. They're a part of extensions suite of libraries, meaning they're fundamental to all .NET workloads that work with the generic host. Yeah, I definitely want to migrate to this generic host just to be able to use all of that without having to do certain stuff. Like here, for example, I have the logger module just to set up and log in my application, which I will still probably need to do to pass certain data into the logger, but yeah, it's probably gonna be much easier to do with the standard host pattern. Installing the .NET SDK also installs the .NET SDK worker and the worker template. In other words, after installing the .NET SDK, you could create a new worker by using the .NET new worker command. If you're using Visual Studio, the template is hidden until the option .NET and web development workload is installed. Many items mistakenly used synonymously. This section defines some of these items that to make their intent this article more. So background service is the background service type. Hosted service, implementation of iHosted service or iHosted service itself. Long-running service, any service that runs continuously. Windows service, we know about that. Worker service. Oh, And my app is actually, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, it can actually register in Windows services as well. But yeah, nobody would ever use that anymore. So, server garbage collection. So worker class. As for the worker, the template provides a simple implementation. Worker, extensive background service, task. Okay, that's just one task. So the preceding worker class is a subclass of background service, which implements a hosted service. The background service is an abstract class that requires a subclass to implement. Background service execute async. In the template implementation, the execute async loops once per second, logging the current date and time until the process is signaled to cancel. Okay, I need something different. I need something more powerful than that. Containers and cloud adaptability. With most modern .NET workloads, containers are a viable option when creating on... Wait. Oh yeah, that's just creating the Docker file. So .NET runtime, SDK, sure, that's straightforward. Wait, Docker default, what the hell is that? When you target Docker as deployment strategy for a .NET Worker service, there are a few considerations in project file. Azure. Specifies Linux as a target. Oh, nice. You can actually use user secrets in the config. Oh, actually, I think I actually have that. Where was it? No, I'm actually not using user secrets. Oh, I think I used those on the web services. So iHosted service interface defines two methods. iHosted service start async and stop async. These two methods serve as lifecycle methods. They are called during host start and stop events respectively. When overriding either start async or stop async methods, you must call and wait the base class method to ensure the server starts and our shows. What? Oh, I guess that's they are talking about the implementation that they have the background. What was that? Background service implementation. The interface serves as a generic type parameter constraint on the @hosted service extension method, meaning only implementations are permitted. You're free to use the provided background service with a subclass or implement your own entirely. Okay. Signal completion. Yeah, so I guess that's interrupt on Linux. In most common scenarios, you don't need to explicitly signal the completion of a hosted service. When the host starts the services, they're designed to run until the host is stopped. In some scenarios, however, you may need to signal the completion of the entire host application when the service completes. To signal the completion, consider the following worker class. The entire app host will stop. No, please, I don't need that. But okay, that's nice that you can actually... Wait, where are you getting that? From the dependency injection? I see. So you can stop the host. Okay. In the preceding code, the execute async method doesn't loop, and when it's complete, it calls stop application. This will signal to the host that it should stop, and without this call to stop application, the host will continue to run indefinitely. Okay. So, can I... When host starts, it calls iHosted service start async on each implementation of iHosted service registered in the service containers collection of hosted services. So that means that it's basically similar to what I have. That's this startup service, but this will basically, I can register all of this. If that would be the implementation of iHosted service, I can just register all of these, and these will run inside the host. So this is basically exactly what I need and what I implemented when this was not available. Okay, question shutdown process. I need to see. Oh. But yeah, basically I need to be able to determine the order of startup and shutdown. It shouldn't be random. It shouldn't be just a plain order. It should be startup in order 1 to 9, roughly speaking, and stop in 9 to 1, or maybe some more elaborate thing. So the following sequence diagram shows how the singles are handled internally in the hosting code. Most users don't need to understand this process, but developers that need a deep understanding, a good visual. Okay. So from user space, we do Control-C or sig term that goes to console lifetime, which stops application. Console lifetime stop application. Application lifetime rise application stopping. Wait for shutdown async. Right. Cancel true. So we can interrupt this cancel. Stop async to host. Or does it cancel? Okay. For each iHosted service, stop async. Is that, in which order do they execute that? iHosted service. Yeah. Notify stopped. Stop async. Resume wait and main method. I see. So the main method is blocked until the host is stopped. That makes sense. The control flows from console lifetime to application lifetime. Try the application stop an event. The signals wait for shutdown async to unblock the main execution code. In the meantime, the POSIX signal handler returns with cancel true since the POSIX signal has been handled. I see. The main execution code starts executing again. It tells the host to stop async, which in turn stops all the hosted services and raises only any other stopped events. What is the shutdown order? I guess I should just continue reading here. So far, I like this. I really do. Host builder settings. Create application builder methods. Says the content root of the path. Returned by get current directory. Okay. Sets the content root. No. What is the content root? What the hell is that? But okay. Loads host configuration from environment variables prefixed with .NET. Host configuration, command line arguments. What is the host configuration? I guess I should continue reading it to find later. Okay. Loads app configuration from app settings JSON, app settings environment JSON. Why JSON? There was a way to load INI files. Secret manager, environment variables, command line arguments. I hope we can configure that. As the following login providers: console, debug, event source, event log. Again, I hope we can configure that. Host application builder. Enable scope validation and dependency validation when the environment is development. Host application builder services is a dependency injection iService collection instance. These services are used to build an iService provider that's used with dependency injection to resolve the registered services. Host builder, that's the same thing. What's the difference between these two? I don't understand. Framework provided services. When you call either iHost provider build or host application builder build, the following services are registered automatically. Host application lifetime. Host application lifetime. Started, stop, and stopped. Handle post-startup and graceful shutdown tasks. These properties on the interface, the cancellation tokens used to register app startup and app stop event handler methods. This interface also includes stop application method. I wish they showed us how the multiple registered services work together. Application stopping. Stop async, stop async, application stopped. So iHost lifetime implementation controls when the host starts and when it stops. The last implementation registered is used. Console lifetime is the default. Host lifetime implementation for more information on lifetime. See host shutdown. Okay. So host environment, application name, content root, file provider, content root path, content root, environment name. So content root is something like ASP.NET uses for static files, I guess, and I probably can use that for the data folder. But we'll see how we can use that. As development, as environment, as production, as staging. Okay. Host configuration is used to configure properties of the host environment implementation. App configuration is created by configure app configuration. Oh, I see. So host configuration is I don't know. Okay, let's take a look at the shutdown. There are several ways in which a hosted process is stopped. Most commonly, a hosted process can be stopped in the following ways. If someone doesn't call run on wait for shutdown, and the app exits normally with main completing. What? What is this run? Ah, I see. Run host. Okay. If the app crashes, if the app is forcefully shut down using 𝙽𝙀𝚂, the hosting code isn't responsible for handling these scenarios. The owner of the process needs to deal with them the same way any other app. So yeah, this, I don't know yet. App crashes, sure. Forcefully shut down with 𝙽𝙀𝚂, sure. Yeah, that makes sense. The owner of the process needs to deal with them. Yeah. Hello, Black Beverage. How are you doing? There are several other ways in which a hosted service process can be stopped. If console lifetime is used, use console lifetime. Sure. It listens for the following signals and attempts to stop the host gracefully. /int, Control-C, /quit on the Windows, /term. Nice. If the app calls environment exits. So that's also, wait. Several other ways. As the service process can be stopped if you manually call environment exit. Okay. The built-in hosting logic handles these scenarios, specifically the console lifetime class. It tries to handle the shutdown signals to allow for graceful exit to the application. Before .NET 6, there wasn't a way for .NET Code to gracefully handle /term. Well, yeah, there was. To work around this limitation, we would subscribe to app domain process exit. Okay. Hello, Dell. Hi. The process exit handler would allow for the cleanup of the code. Yeah. For .NET 6 Plus, console lifetime no longer has logic to handle scenario. Okay, that makes sense. Apps that call environment exit and need to perform cleanup logic can subscribe to process exit themselves. Hosting will no longer attempt to gracefully stop the host in these scenarios. Okay, that's good. Yeah, so this is also makes sense. So now we're back to this diagram. Probably should close all of that. So yeah, now we're back to this diagram, which again doesn't describe the order of the shutdown process when we have multiple services. Host shutdown in the web server scenarios. There are various other common scenarios in which graceful shutdown works in Kestrel for both HTTP 1 and 2 protocols. You can configure it in different environments. What? The drain traffic, load balancers. So, still, I don't have the answer to my question. What is the order of the shutdown events when you have multiple services? Also, what's the difference between iHost Application Builder and iHost Builder? So, create application builder initializes a new instance of the host application builder class with preconfigured defaults. The following defaults are applied to the returned iHost application builder. So this one returns host application builder. This one is just host builder. What is the difference? Host builder, host application builder. So host builder, program initialization utility. Great explanation, sure. This represents a host applications and services builder that helps manage configuration, login, lifetime, and more. What is this then? Use systemd. Okay, host application builder. I still don't understand. I still don't understand what is the difference here. So the worker service templates create a generic host application builder. I have no idea. Let me Google it. iHost builder versus iHost application builder. Oh. 1 sec. I need to log in. Discussions and issues. Okay. The general idea was to move away from callbacks and move to linear code for configuring everything. Web, create builder, login at console services. Non-web, create application builder, login at console services, add options, add hosted service. In summary, the old create default builder method is being phased out. Host create default builder has been phased out, and the new methods adopt an approach of move away from callbacks and move to linear code. It means the properties on host application builder should be used, but third-party libraries will need to update so their extension methods cater for it. For example, Serialog had a discussion on this. Example code using create application builder. Hit console, JSON file, environment application name. Yeah, I also don't understand this answer. Let's see what people say. This isn't the answer. The question is about create default builder and create application builder. But the answer is about web application create builder. Yeah. I think what he's attempting to say is that the newer host create application builder is similar in design to web application create builder, unlike the older host create default builder approach, which was quite different, thereby making setup of both web and non-web application more similar. Yeah. Using host application builder, how do you configure host specific settings? Is there any way to access the iHost builder similar to web application builder? I don't think it's misleading to use application builder login at console or application builder configuration in JSON file. These examples, they already done by default. What? I still don't understand. Okay, basically it's two different interfaces to do the same thing, I guess. And create application builder looks like the new way of defining all of that, similar to ASP.NET for the web services. And I think this will be what I need to use, I guess. Okay, now what I need to figure out is if I register multiple services, what would happen then? Multiple services in one host. This is what I'm doing. In a shared dependency injection container. Also was reading this, right? Background tasks, tested services. I hate .NET documentation. Timed background tasks. Background task queue. Why is this thing so confusing? Additional scenario-based host builders. Distributed application builder. A builder for creating distributed apps. .NET Aspire. Screw that. Aspire is crap, unfortunately. Web application builder, web host builder. Okay. So let's Google this in different way. So stop async order, execution order. ASP.NET Core 3, replatform web host builder on top of generic host. Configure services. Okay, so let's see. The order that I have the services I executed depends on the order that they've added to the DI container. Yeah, that makes sense. So I have service 1, service 2, registered first, starts in service 1, service 2. Sure, that's generic, I don't care about that. Then, when we're shutting down, okay, this is useless. Execution order. Again, this is not what I'm looking for. I think it's just easier to try and experiment with this thing. So, how do we do that? I want to create like a test app host and see how it works. Crap, this is way too complex. I don't think I want to do that right now. But then that would allow me to do a lot of interesting stuff. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I don't really like my path map approach. It's a little bit too weird and awkward, especially when trying to put the app into Kubernetes. It's not very useful. Configuration is another thing. Oof, I don't know. Applications stop, and maybe we can do that. So app lifetime, that host application lifetime, application stop and order. Can we? Please give me the documentation of give me the order of execution. No, nothing. Okay, sure. Oh. I think it's easier if I just look at the code. Where is that thing? Application stop, and can we just try to look it up in the source code? No, not this. So yeah, application stop, and let's see where it gets used. That's systemd lifetime. Well, I don't see anything useful. Hosts test. Maybe in the tests we can see if multiple ones. Ordered correctly during shutdown. Here we go. Let's try to understand this. So, application started, register, application started, set. Register, application stop and register. Application started has been set. Simulate work. Set. Check whether application stop and when had been set on stopped. No, this is just order of a single instance. I need the case when we have multiple stopping events. Wait. Can we actually do that? Cancellation token. Cancellation token. Register. Registers a delegate that will be called when cancellation token is cancelled. Yeah, it can point to the source. What is this? Wait, there was something. Why do you have to produce such an ugly code? It's hard to read. Crap. Think I should either just forget about this for now, or if I really want to try and migrate my application to this thing, then I need to run some experiments and see how I can do that, because yeah, the documentation is useless. Completely useless. Yeah, let's do some tests. So how am I gonna do that? Let's create a new project real quick. So this is going to be what? .NET experiments. And let's create what? Let's just create a console app. Okay. Let's now open that. Okay, .NET 9. Right. Yeah, this is stupid, but okay. So now, yeah, we're gonna use this create application builder. First of all, let's see if that works. That's okay. Wait. Worker service. You stupid. Okay. Right. I need to add whatever this package is. Microsoft extensions Houston. How do you do that again? Keep forgetting. Oh, by the way, sorry. Let's increase the font size to 24, I think. Yeah. So we need Microsoft extensions Houston version 903. Okay. Now I have that host builder. Sure. Now what? Add hosted service. What is that actually? Don't have the links to that. Right. You stupid pieces of... But okay, never mind. What I wanted to try is, let's create a couple of implementation of what? This hosted service. Let's do hosted service 1. Okay. And this is going to just output some stuff into the console. And we can copy that. Hosted service 2. So what does this thing do? Add iHosted service registration for the given type. Try the new number. I see. Nice. So we add 2 of those, right? Then we build and run. And see if that works. What? Oh, okay. 1 start async, 2 start async. Content root path, production, Control C. So now we press Control C. Yes, it executes 2, then 1. Okay, perfect. It executes in the reverse order. That's absolutely awesome. Oh, I wish they documented that properly. But okay, this works. Now, what do we do? What do we need to migrate all our stuff to this platform? Well, we can take a look at our app definition. And if we are getting rid of that, then we need to migrate our modules. Generic app. What's that? I think it's like, okay, I need to take a look into that. Because also another problem is this XML file doesn't have basically any type hints, any validation. That's a problem. So generic app, empty app. Stop and event handlers, stop event handlers. Okay. Name kind. Also, I don't like that. I would like to change this a little bit. It's confusing. Okay. Started, stop and stopped. Name kind, instance GUID. I guess we can create a service for that or something. Is running, start time, uptime. I don't know. We can create some kind of service that provides that functionality, not the app itself. Start, stop, and starting and stopping. Okay. And generic app, what do we have here? Modules, startup services. Container module, startup services. Yeah, basically, these hosted services are what we need to convert these startup services to. And it's actually perfect. It's actually what I need. Configuration. That's a big thing that we need to tackle. Configure container. Login metrics. What is metrics? It's a builder that allows enabling metrics and directing their output. Oh. Add metric. No, that was a lie. Metric services. Okay, we can take a look into that. What I want right now let me think. Where is the stop and event? Oh. Ah, I see. Stop and event was the part of background service, right? We're not gonna use that, I think. We actually need to use these services. But yeah, it's actually good that it's working exactly like I wanted to. What else can I do with this builder? Login environment. Configuration. Metric services. So the content root path is defined to the working directory, sure. iConfiguration is loaded from .NET variables, app settings. Okay, so we need to change that. Configure the logger factory, talk to the console, debug, and invent source output. We need to change that it uses analog. Oh, okay, args. Sure. Can we... Do we have some kind of arguments? No. No, that's just for the .NET run. App settings JSON and app settings environment name JSON. So yeah, we need to change that so it loads a whole list of the files. But okay, how can we do that? So we have host configuration and app configuration. Host application configuration settings. Configuration manager. But yeah, maybe we don't need this. This is just to configure the host itself. I have no idea how to configure, well, what are the options yet? Host environment implementation. Application name. Content root file provider, content root path, environment name. I see. Now app configuration. Configure app configuration. I didn't see that method. That's on host application builder. What? Configure. That's an extension method, I guess. No, host builder, configure app configuration. Wait. For my information, see configuration in that. Why is this configuration so stupid? Like, I know how this thing works. Tell me how to integrate it into the app builder. This is so stupid. Okay. Have the builder, configuration sources clear. Then add configuration. We can add configuration files. Sure. And it's available right away, right? Now, you can build this section. Sure. This documentation is useless. There is no method like that. Host builder. That's host application builder. Oh, wait. So the documentation leads to host builder, not the host application builder, even though it states that there is no method called configure app configuration on the host application builder. This is stupid. Public configuration property allows consumers to read from or make changes to the existing configuration. But yeah, this is not correct. This is just not true. This is a misleading documentation. Yeah, many years ago, .NET documentation was actually good. Now it's a complete mess. So basically, if I want to change the way the configuration is loaded, I would have to do builder configuration sources clear. Then I would need, where was that stupid example? So this is list of sources to this configuration manager. Can the sources add? Sure. Section. Where was that example with the JSON file? Settings, configuration manager. Okay. Also need this. Also, I need probably all the other stuff. There we go. So we can do a JSON file, add INI file, for example. So what do we need to do here? Is replicate stuff like this. I also need the config dir. This is so stupid. I don't know how to do this properly. But okay, test INI, for example. Optional. Something like that. And we can register multiples of those. But yeah, this is the power of the path map. We can just use whatever we can. This was actually good. But okay, let's say we do that. That's our configuration. We have our startup services. That's also good. The problem is on the startup services, I had stop and end stopped events, but now we only have just the stop. Is that enough? What is this? Ah, okay. Logger module. Yeah. This was the only usage of the stopped event. So, okay, technically we don't really need it. We can use the same one, and maybe analog will work properly on its own in this hosted app thing. Okay. Also, there was some kind of life cycle thing, lifetime method. I have too many open things. So yeah, we have the stop async, notify stopped. Where is the notify stopped? After host has been started, when a user calls run, handler gets registered for application lifetime application stop it. Yeah, we can probably use that. We can probably use that if we need to. So yeah, this should be good enough. These services with start async and stop async. That's good. This is getting too complex. I'm not sure if I want to do it right now, but we can. That would be a good boost to our application. Modules, this can be easily converted to extension methods. Because all these modules... so this root bundle, for example, we take a look at, yeah, login server, no, maybe gateway server, dependency injection, root bundle. It just adds modules. The module itself, it's just this one, configure services. Yeah, which can be easily converted to an extension method. So there should be some kind of use here that's available right out of the box. No, probably not. But okay, do I need some kind of abstraction here? Well, again, this can be also an extension method that we will provide. What else do I need? Yeah, the path map. This is a complex thing, but I really should get rid of it. And app name and app kind, these two are very confusing. I wanted to get rid of that for a long time. Because app name is, for example, zone server. App kind is, I don't know, field 01, which means the zone server that hosts field locations, field zones. And I had separate config files, one for every zone server, the other one just for the fields. I could also have the environment variations of that, which was actually kind of good. But name and kind, those are confusing terms at least. So maybe we can do something about it. Also, we need the app GUID or something. So yeah, this generic app actually did provide a lot of information that we actually need. So if we don't care about the events, that's fine. Name and kind, this should still be there. It's just they're gonna be named in a different way, I guess. Instance GUID, that's needed. I need that to uniquely identify the app is running. I don't care about that. Start time, uptime, I don't really care about that. I do use that in a command, but yeah, it's not really needed. And then we just have start stop. And then generic app will have modules, which are DI modules. We expose the service container, which is not good. And the startup services, yeah, these are gonna be converted to just hosted services. And I don't think I never used the get service thing, even though it's there. Base service collection. Service provider, I see. So that registers all of that. Stage 0. What is that? I don't remember what's that. Stage 0. Huh. Interesting. Stage 0 module. I don't remember what's that for. Maybe I'm not actually gonna bother with this. Like, yeah, one big thing that I'm missing is the way certain third-party libraries get configured in .NET is they expect you to register them in the service location of the host builder, which is not available in my case. Oh, fine enough. What is this? Platform services. Hmm. Hmm. This list of application module instances which will be executed before main application modules. So this just defines the order. Main application modules can use services configured by stage 0 application modules. I remember now. So yeah, this is like two separate dependency injection containers. Stage 0 services are separate and they are pre-built. And they can be then used in the modules when building the dependency injection. So it's like two-stage operation. But I don't think that should be happening. So if I would do all of this logic on the app host, main things are, the configuration, dependency injection, and services. Services are pretty simple to port. Surprisingly, they actually working. Modules could be difficult, not sure. Also, this config dir is actually multi-item thing. Wait. Yeah, so the config dir itself can contain multiple directories, and when looking for files, it loops over multiple directories. The default gets built into the container local is something that I can configure on the machine itself. And the same for the data directory. Oh, this is actually a nice system, and I'm not sure how to replicate that in the default .NET configuration. I guess the config dir should be configured from the, what is called, the console arguments. But how? Because now we just pass it to the application builder and then it's doing whatever it wants to. Add command line config. So yeah, basically it's this thing, just command line options, key1, value, yeah. It just passes the settings in the config file. And I need a little bit more from this thing. I need to be able to specify multiple config files to be loaded. I don't know. Okay, I'm curious now. If we take a look at these command line utils, what's the preferred method now? Right. They don't state that. Command line API system command line libraries and the .NET suggest command line parser, model binding invocation, shell completions. Aha. But this is stupid. A bunch of, so if you navigate to the project website and the repository, it leads to some kind of, it leads to the wiki. Wiki leads to the docs folder. Docs folder listed the Microsoft Docs. But okay. And yeah, system command line is currently in preview. Right. And it's probably never gonna end up in the release, right? Where are the versions? Versions. Yeah, all of that is beta, beta, beta. Not gonna use that because if Microsoft Utils command line got deprecated, I am not trusting this one. Or third-party command line utils. Ow. Oof. Yeah. So I don't know what to do. My app system is actually very flexible, especially when it comes to these file loading systems. We could replace the startup with something that we have in .NET, but the configuration is pretty good. And the modules could be replaced with extension methods for the service builder. I don't know. And again, if we ditch this system, because I do need to still, even for this system, I do need to implement something like a command line option to add a configuration file on top of all of this. That is configured in the app file. Even if I do that, what was I thinking about again? So yeah, technically I can ditch the app runner, but that would mean rewriting all the stuff. And the actual main file would probably end up very bloated. Instead of these placeholders, what I could do is I could add an extension method for this configuration. So this is configuration manager extension, right? So let's do this. How do we do that again? Public static. What do we do? Static. Oh, that's iConfiguration Builder extension, right? Yeah, iConfiguration Builder. Yeah. So it can be something like this. And this could be just hard-coded, well, partially hard-coded. What we can do is, where is that thing? App name, app kind, which I wanted to rename. But yeah, we need app name, we need app kind, and we need app environment and config dir. So config directory, app name, app kind, no, it also could define, well, we can just assume that it's always true for optional and reload and change. So we could pass just few commands here, few arguments here, and then build the actual final file name out of config directory / what did we have? General ini general dot environment app name yeah, something like that, plus environment variables and console. Command line. I guess we need to include that in the project. Is it that? Oh, I need the arguments for that. Well, technically, actually, we can remove that and just use this thing, right? Use this thing only in this extension method. This will only be related to the ini files that we work with. Now, how do we handle multiple config directories? So app name is unique, environment is unique, app kind is unique, but there could be multiple config directories. Well, I guess we can do config directories like that, and we do this. So then, in program, what we would do is we remove that. We remove that and So what do we need to specify here? We need config directories. So this would be like config default, local. No, it actually doesn't work like that. It finds the first file. Oh my god. So it acts as an override of a whole file, not the options within the file. So the way it works is this config dir path map is being used to find the correct file, and then only when the file exists to fit it into the .NET configuration. But for example, if file exists both in local and the default, it will only load the local. Can I somehow still use it like that? Maybe I can create my own configuration builder similar to what I'm doing here. Configuration files. But yeah, then I would need a way to define the configuration files. Right. Okay, environment. Configuration file element. Yeah. Path map compile. If file exists, then we create the config source manually and then add it. Oof. And also it would output that it will throw an exception if the file is not optional and it was not found. Crap. Okay, I was working on that very long time ago, at the time of .NET Core 1.1, I think. And then I had a hard time to upgrade it. But I think I over-engineered all this thing. I need to look into what I actually require from this config. Not from how to port the functionality, but what I actually need. So if I have multiple directories, that's good because, yeah, I can have a built-in settings file and I can have a local config folder. So that's good. But yeah, it's not going to work exactly in exactly the same way. It's going to load every file. It's just it will override certain settings. So I would need to be careful with that. But I think that's okay. I think that's okay. So, okay, we did config directories. App name is something like test server. App kind, field 01, environment. How can I get the environment from here? There was something. How do I do that? There was an example I saw it today. So I can pre-configure the configuration before creating the host builder. Wow. Hosting environment. Host builder context. Yeah, this thing. I need this thing. Configure app configuration. Huh. Interesting. Maybe I should actually use this somehow, but again, how do I split config files into multiple ones properly? Add user secrets. This is weird. But yeah, I don't have the environment name because the environment name can be specified as an environment variable or the command line option, and it's not available right here. So that is a part of the host configuration. So yeah, first we do the host configuration, and what it does, it says the default content root, it loads the .NET. So for example, if I specify .NET underscore environment, it will set the environment name, I guess. And it also loads the command line config. Then it executes the app configuration, right? And the app configuration, now it knows the environment. What else do we have there? Application name, content root. It knows if it needs to reload config and change. And then it loads the application settings. Okay. And then it also adds the root environment variables and command lines. So yeah, apply default, configure defaults. And default services, what do we have there? Login. This is something I would need to replace, I guess. And metrics. Service provider factory. Oof, I don't know. Yeah, this is a completely new system. And I'm not sure, like I can change this app configuration, right? So where is that? App configuration. Configure app configuration. Allows consumers, yeah. So I can probably iHost builder. Yeah, I can probably use this to define my custom config. Configure app configuration. What does it do? Okay. We can do that and put all of this. Wait. Oh, it's there. Why don't I have any hints? But yeah, basically... Oops. So this thing, configure app configuration, where was that example? Config args, okay. This is weird, this actually returns nothing. What? Doesn't contain definition. Request receiver of type iHost builder. What? Hello, Sun Wukong. It's going. I'm trying to learn the new .NET app host, generic app host, and maybe port my application to that because I'm using a custom system and I'm not sure if I can do this. So what the hell am I supposed to do here? Host application builder does not contain definition of configure app. What? How? Why? Do you know anything about 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸🻬? Not really. Not really. So iHost builder. Oh crap! This is a different interface. How did I end up here? Yeah, this is a different thing. That's the answer I keep getting. Well, yeah, it's a pretty specific technology. Yeah, like from what I know, it's a way to execute your logic on GPU cores. But why do you need it? It's been used like for AI or for stuff that can be paralleled very efficiently on GPU. Because yeah, in GPU you have like tons of cores that can work simultaneously, and they're much more like specific than the CPU can do certain stuff more efficiently. But yeah, I've never worked with that. I just know that that thing exists, And that's it, basically. So how am I supposed to access the environment name from this thing? This is how I ended up here. Create application builder, right? This creates new host application builder, which it cannot access for some weird, stupid reason. Now definition found. Great. But I need to take a look how it's working. Okay. So we have the settings. We create our new configuration manager. Sure. Disable defaults. Content root. Environment variables for .NET. Initialize. We'll take a look into that. Service. Provider options. Now initialize. Add command line config. Sure. Application name, environment. So I think I need to take a look at the settings. What is the default value for environment name? That's null. So where does it... When it's not null... Oh, this is so weird. Option list. So how does it get the actual environment name? Host and environment, create host and environment. The app I'm using, Comfy UI, yeah, heard about that. Has a node that requires storage to be installed through CUDA. Steps, scan, I'm still anywhere with it. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, sorry, I don't know. I heard about Comfy UI, but I have no idea how it works and how to set it up. I use it just like as a part of a plugin, but yeah, I never touched it directly. Create host and environment. Oh yeah. But okay, how do we define a user configuration that can access the host and environment? Host builder adapter. Well, again, we end up with the same stupid thing that's not accessible from the public. Okay, how is it done in ASP.NET? Should be there. Maybe some kind of demo project, samples and tutorials. Maybe that, ASP.NET Core. So what is this thing uses? No, that's not it. Make very nice 3D models. I think it's because of the issues of applying textures and such. Yeah, I have no idea. Sorry, I've never used that thing for modeling. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna just create a new test project, I guess, and take a look, because I cannot find the documentation. So that's how default ASP.NET happen. What? So web application create builder, right? Yeah, this is not it. Yeah, this is not what I'm looking for. This is already after the app has been built. Instead, I need the stage where you configure the configuration, set up the configuration. Let's see. What do I have here from the templates? I'm on the templates. Blazor, I guess. Not sure if that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, it doesn't tell me anything. So, oh crap. Maybe this thing. Okay, Automate held your message because of the phrase "they look like color." Okay, this is stupid. I mean, realistically, if I was just going to use the models for 3D printing, succeeded in that 100%. Guess I'm greedy. Yeah. But you're using Comfy UI to generate 3D models, right? Or what? Yes. Interesting. I didn't know it could do that. The issue is applying textures. Now, module named custom rasterizer. Yeah, I don't know. I've never even heard that you can generate 3D models with Comfy UI. Interesting. Okay, how can you specify a custom file, custom config file for this web builder thing? That config, no, that's not it. Configuration providers here, maybe. Wait, what? It's in the builder environment name. Huh. Let's see. Can I do that? So environment, builder, environment name. What else do I have in the builder? Configuration, yeah. Services, login metrics. Configure container. Build. Okay. Well, at least we have access to the environment. So this is how it can be solved theoretically, right? Environment name. How am I using the environment name currently in my app environment? I don't remember. How do you set it? I mean, I'm not using production development staging names as ASP.NET uses. I'm using like dev, prod, stuff like that, but I don't remember how you define that. I guess it's somewhere here. And that's in the name. In the name, how do we set it? I think from the from the console interface. Yeah, from the command line. Okay. Okay. The first example they give you to play with is very voxeled, like a detailed Lego sculpt. Yeah, I don't know. But seems interesting. Okay.
Don't tell me you're following me. Following you?
Oh, and thank you for following. Thank you, thank you. Welcome. App runner module. Ah, I remember that thing. Name and prefix. Yeah. I wouldn't need that anymore if I build it into a single executable, but yeah, the path map is gonna be something that's gonna be difficult to replace, but technically I only need it like full featured version of it only just for these config files. And yeah, I think we can solve that. Logger config file that can be just specified within the configuration itself. That's not a problem. Logger output dir, auth keys, data directory. This one is a little bit tricky because, yeah, technically it still has the same kind of logic that you can replace a file from the default dataset with your local file, and it will completely replace the file. But I don't think I actually need that for the data dir specifically. I don't need 2 layers. I need just 1 layer. And maybe a way to override the path to the directory. And that would be good to override from the command line or environment variables, which I cannot do right now. So yeah, that was one of the difficulties when I tried to put this server into Kubernetes. I couldn't completely control the files it's loading and where it's taken them from. But if I do this with this application builder, then it will be solved. I will be able to basically replace, like if this would be a configuration option, I would be able to replace it with environment variables, with console command arguments. So yeah, this looks like the way to go. It's gonna be complex to port everything. So this is how we're gonna define the startup services. They're gonna be named hosted services now. But yeah, that's that. We tackle the configuration. Path map can be completely thrown away. Okay. Then we just have the modules, and the modules would look like, let's create a new class. What what is gonna be like tests. What's it called? Service collection. So this will be add. Like I need an example that I can import. Game data manager. So that would be add game data manager. And this will just do services. So if we take a look at the game data manager module, yeah, it will just do something like that. But not app environment anymore. Oh, yeah, it was using path map, but now it's gonna use some like game data manager options or something like that. Yeah. Discord link not working. Yeah, maybe. Oops. Thank you for letting me know. One sec. Yeah, I forgot about that. Invites. Okay, why is the Discord so create invite? Never expire. I can't even show this, but the Discord, my Discord right now is running in the streamer mode, so it hides everything. And for the invite link to the server, it shows hidden use copy button to copy the invite link. But when you click copy, it copies the actual text hidden use copy button instead of the invite link. Okay, let me see. Where can I... Yeah, I guess I need to exit the streamer mode for it to work. We found a bug in Discord, I guess. Okay, now how can I copy this? I can't. Why is this so complicated? There we go. And I need to update the command, right? 1 sec. Discord. There we go. There we go. And I think another link is in the timers. Yes. Okay. But yeah. Yeah, so previously it was actually using separate data directories, but if we migrate it to this thing, then it's not going to be able to do that. But okay, at least it's going to work in absolutely the same way. It's just, it's going to be defined differently. So now, here we can do builder services, add game data manager. Okay. If I were to post a model and you prefer a channel, there should be a channel for like game dev stuff or creative, I guess, in the dev environment. Yeah. Yeah, that one. Now, do I actually need separate config directories? Yeah, I do need that. Because here I have some default settings. And then I have local settings. I need to clean up this a little bit, but yeah, this basically gets merged. And I think this approach, when we actually load every file that meets the naming from each of the directories, it makes more sense because it will load, for example, the file from the default folder. Then in the local, you can just overwrite only certain config options. That would make more sense. You don't have to worry that the names of the files will collide like it is right here. So, okay, I like this more. There is an example of what you can produce with the one I'm using. Interesting. But yeah, I never used AI to generate 3D models. I need to take a look into that because that can be very useful for me because I cannot do 3D models. And if I can model something simple, low poly, like, I don't know, a custom kind of chest or something like that, or I don't know, a broom or something like that, some kind of environmental props, very simple ones, then that would be nice. At least maybe something that they can use as a starting point. Do I actually need to clear the sources? Yeah, I guess so. But okay, if we do it like this, I would like to test this right now. I want to test it. How can I do that? Let's do data provider. Ah, I see. Okay, do I need to implement something else? So this is tackled. This will be, instead of the app itself, I'll try to create some kind of Boulder app info or something like that, because we still need the GUID, maybe start and uptime, and app name and app kind, but I still would like to rename that somehow. So in the normal environment, where was it? No, in here? No, here. In normal environment, we have application name. Getter says the name of the application. That property is automatically set by the host to the assembly contain the application entry point. The problem is, in my case, application does have a name, like for example, zone server, but it also has some kind of, first of all, unique identifier. That's the GUID. Each time you start it, it's generated. But it also has what I call kind right now, which is a bad term, but some kind of identifier of what it's doing, like the name of the instance of the application. So like instance name, maybe, which could be like the application name could be like zone server. The instance name would be fields or towns or dungeons or something like that. So how am I gonna set this? I guess from the config. Like at this point, I know that all of this can be implemented properly on the .NET host. It's just, I would need to figure out how to do that exactly, how to avoid code duplication, because I have a lot of these applications. And what? And yeah, I need to like fix terminology and come up with some generic approach to configure it. Like this field 01, right now it's hard-coded, but it should come from the arguments. And right now, it's done in a way Wait, that's entity framework. I need maybe what can I execute? Gateway server. Yeah. Previously, yeah, I could supply a different app file, change the kind, environment, path map, runner module, path, assembly there. Yeah, all of that is irrelevant except the environment, which should probably have to be configured as an environment variable. And the app kind, I don't know. Again, I think that should go through the configuration. Hmm. And again, that should be available as a builder configuration, I guess. So I need to figure out how to properly configure the actual host. Host configuration, root path, settings. The host configuration is available in configuration property to the environment implementation, and the environment implementation is available in the environment property. To configure the host, access the configuration property and call any of the available extension methods. Yeah, it basically resets the configuration, right? And yeah, you can disable default. But it only loads the content root and environment variables with the .NET prefix. Okay. Then we initialize command line, application name, environment name, content root. Can I add something to this configuration? Set file provider. Populate service collection. I don't know. So if I would like to add a service to here somehow, yeah, I need to take a look what's in here, and I cannot for some weird reason. Now I can, okay. Yeah, it's internal. Oof. Rest in environment. Host options. Huh. Configure, okay, I remember. I've seen this method. So if I do, no, configure container, what is that? Register service provider factory instance to be used to, no, this is not it. Wait. Configure services actions. Configure services on the host build. Oh, that's the host builder that's not accessible. Yeah, I'm not sure. Basically, I need to add a certain object. Let's do that. Let's create a class called Boulder App Info, for example. So this is going to be, for now, app kind. And that's it. And here, I need to somehow access it. Yeah, like for the environment, it just hosts us directly in there. Services. Populate services. Environment, host environment. Like, yeah, the services, I can define them, but I cannot access them yet on this stage. So I could add something like builder services add Boulder app info. Right, how? Add singleton. So I could do something like that, but I cannot access that on the configuration stage. But do I need it on the configuration stage? There's the question. Because that would be still this thing. That would be a part of the config. Right? So this would be right. How do I do this again? No. Something like that. So now the app kind should be in the configuration, right? And not in this local configuration, but in the in here, like app kind equals test. Let's check that. And for now, we can comment this, comment out this. Yeah, app kind test. Test 2. Okay. So we can do it like that. So now if I comment this out, let's see what happens. It shouldn't load anything. Yeah. So what we can now try to do is create config. Default. Also config local. And here we can create what? General INI. in local, for example. And this is going to be test1 equals 111. Then we can try environment crap. But okay, we can try new file general dot production ini, which will override that with test222. No, 111 prod. Okay. Then we can try in the default new test server. Test server dot fields. Right? And now it should technically load all those files, but I need to output that. So for example, in hosted service 1, or rather hosted service 2, I can do actually, why am I doing it like that if I can do this? And now here, okay, let's try this. Okay, production 2. Now if we do fields, production fields, if we do .NET environment development, environment, how do we define that? One sec. .NET environment. Using multiple environments. What? How do we change the environment again? Environment? No, how do I do that through the environment variables? .NET environment. So yeah, I was correct. Maybe I made a typo or something. That's still production. Oh, wait. Why am I doing it here? That's, first of all, incorrect. Second of all, it's Windows. But maybe actually PowerShell allows that. I don't know. Let's check that. What? Screw you, PHP. Yeah, you cannot do that. So in Windows, that means set this thing. Then we just do normal .NET run. That's still production. Not set. What? Yeah, that's still production. Boo. How do you do that? Maybe PowerShell works in a different way or something, or maybe I'm stupid. Set net environment equals development echo net environment. Yeah, I guess PowerShell works in a different way. How do you set an environment variable? Oh no, this is stupid. It's env. There we go. Now it's development. Okay. So that works. Can you set environment variable for a process one time in PowerShell? 。 Probably not. But okay. At least we know that that works. And it actually works correctly. So now if I do in the test server itself, I define test1 equals 111 test server. It should override that. No, didn't override it. Why? So the general was on the top. So I assume that would log the variables from the general, then it will override any existing variables from other things. But that doesn't happen like that. Why? Also, I need to close all of this crap. So, what do I need? I need configuration manager. So what's the priority? From the highest to lowest priority. So how do you do that again? I saw that somewhere in their source code. I have no idea. Oh, I think here. So it actually add JSON file app settings. then add JSON file. Weird. Why is it backwards in my case? Interesting. What am I missing? So what am I doing in my implementation here in the app initializer when loading the configuration files? So yeah, we're adding source. Weird. It should work. Like, weird. So let's see again. We have general. In general, have test 1, 3, 11. Test environment, production. So actually that did work. Right? That actually did overwrite. So let me comment this thing out. Ah. Yeah, everything's good. Everything's fine. I'm just stupid. It did work out perfectly fine. Because general is loaded first. So here, for example, we are currently environment production. Yeah, I guess I need to set the environment variable, not the production. So yeah, that did override. So production did override the default one. And yeah, because I have set this default local, yeah, that's another thing that I need to test. So let's say I have test server, test 2. Yeah, so if I override test 1, that's going to override the general. That's good. We tested that. This also works. But now if I do copy this here, local should override the default. Perfect. Yeah, the behavior is slightly different. So it's not per file. It's actually like load and different stuff. But that's okay. That's okay. Now, yeah, another thing that I wanted to test is if I add one more key, test 3, and then here I'm not gonna set its value. So now if I go here, test 3, it should be 333. Yes. Okay. I think I like it. I think I like it. What's our application name? Application name. .NET experiments. Okay, good. So I can even use this here. Now it's not going to be test server. It's going to be, where is it? .NET experiments. Okay, that still works. But yeah, we need to create this app info that contains GUID, app kind, stuff like that. But that's fine. We can even create our own builder. That's probably what I should do. So we can create our own builder with our own default services, configurations, values, and that will solve this problem. So now, what else do I need? So configuration is definitely working, and I think I like it. Path map, I'm not gonna use it. I will put the logger config file into the actual configuration. That way I will be able to overwrite it from the command line arguments or from the environment file. Config.dir is going to be hard-coded, or we can actually put that into the config as well. Let's see, how can we add multiple config directories? Ideally, my idea was that we specify like command line arguments, like we have app kind, right? Field 01, for example. We have, let's say, environment even. And maybe we can set like config.dir and then another config.dir. And that would be converted to a collection, but it's not gonna work like that. Instead, what we can do is we can make this config dir as a configuration option. It could be config dir. Like, yeah, right now it's hard-coded and I cannot change the path. But what I can do is maybe it can be just a string with a delimiter, like something like that. Or that could be like actual config dir default or config dir and config dir local. And we actually rely on just two directories. Or maybe we can somehow supply a list of config files that we want to load. Like the .NET way of doing this is if you have some kind of array of values, you can just do it like that, but I really don't like this syntax. Set x. Oh yeah, like also, this is how it's done in ASP.NET. So if you want multiple application URLs, yeah, you can just set them with the semicolon delimiter, and then it gets parsed. So yeah, maybe this is what we need to do. Instead of having the config dirs hard-coded, they can actually be configured. Now, another question is, what if I want to set all these paths like by default? I think I need to take a look here. Like, what is the default application configuration? Oh, I'm actually clearing that, I think. Clear the sources. Why am I clearing the sources again? Oh, just because this needs to override everything else. But yeah, I think this is the way to go. I need to migrate this whole thing to this new app host, because yeah, it's actually working and I don't need my custom implementation, and I don't like that it's defined in the XML. Like it was a nice idea to define your application setup in the XML, because it was like an extensibility system. So the actual Zone server, for example, could be just one compiled executable file, but you could load some kind of plugin assembly specified here, without recompiling the actual executable file. But you don't need that. It's much better to just have, like, extend your project from this one and just configure your own dependency injection or something like that. And by the way, nobody would ever use that anyway. So, yeah. I don't need any plugin system. And that would simplify a lot of stuff. And the actual configuration is still divided by these sections, so it's not going to interfere with .NET config, which is good. Maybe I don't have to clear the sources, but I can just add the environment variables and command line options after that one more time. Let's see, would that allow duplicates for the command line and environment variable sources? Yeah, I guess so. So now if I override, let's say, test3 with test3 CLI, yeah, I can do that. But if I don't do it here, then my files will override that, yeah. So yeah, I don't need to clear the sources. And that way I will have the actual base configuration still available. So here it could be something like yeah, it's probably gonna be another extension method, so it's gonna be this. Something like that. And this will be our config directories. And by default, it's going to have just config default, right? So if I execute this, it will not load anything. Yeah. Wait, it did load. Oh, it did load the default, sure. But now what I can do is config dir equals config slash default semicolon config slash local. And now it works. Yeah, I like it way more compared to what I had. This can actually be configured properly through the same system, through just command line arguments or even environment variable or a default file, which is, I don't remember the name for it. What would be the default? Host settings. Yeah, I don't know what's the name of their default file for the application. Let's see if we can find it here. Where was that? .NET sources are so confusing to work with. Like, host application builder. There it is. Initialize. Command line. I don't think it actually loads the configuration. Create hosting environment. Populate. Yeah, I don't think it actually has a default application configuration file. So the only thing that I can affect is the host configuration file, which is, where is it? I don't think it's even actually loading any files for this new thing. It probably did for the old host builder, but not for the new one. Environment implementations. Yeah, by default it doesn't do anything. Okay. So I can technically add my own settings somewhere, I don't know. Yeah, this is confusing. I'm not sure. I don't think it actually loads anything from the files by default. does load the file provider though. So maybe custom environment, content root, application name. Yeah, it only configures the provider. Command line, and then I guess environment variables. But it doesn't do the file settings, which is technically good. But yeah, I wanted to just test a simple config file. Yeah, default content root, then environment variables that start with .NET. We tested that works. Service providers, I don't care about that. Command line, application name, environment name, content root, options. Yeah. Then yeah, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, it doesn't load any files by default, which is okay. I respect that. That's actually good. But that means that if I want to have like config dir specified in some file, no, I actually don't want that. I want it to actually be hard-coded. But you can change that with the command line arguments like I did here. It's just the default values for that will be hard-coded like this. Okay, okay. I still don't like the term app kind and app name. I think it's going to be like app instance name or something, or app ID. Actually, I actually think that many years ago I did call it app ID, but I, for some reason, renamed it to app kind when I implemented that whole app host thing. Don't know why. So let's rename it right now to app ID and use it like that. App ID. Yeah, I guess so. Guess it's gonna be app ID because otherwise it's very confusing. This app kind, it's just a bad term. How do I actually generate it? New good. Yeah. This is how. And yeah, I guess I will extend this application builder create default builder. But yeah, this looks much better. Okay, yeah. We started today with updating libraries, but yeah, I dove into the hardest change right away, command line utils, platform abstractions. But yeah, with this approach, we can get rid of that, and we can get rid of this app file and make everything configurable through the .NET configuration, which is much better. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a day. We will continue with that tomorrow, and probably we will have some actual results, like maybe we can actually get rid of the app files. Shouldn't be too much work. But yeah, for now, that should be enough. Let's find someone to raid and finish the stream. Who can we raid? I actually want to raid. No, actually, I don't know. Maybe someone new? Does anybody work with .NET right now? I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know who to raid. Everybody's doing their own stuff. Not really development. Let's raid 𝙽𝙸𝚂. We did raid him last time, but I really want to take a look at this game, to be honest. So, yeah, let's raid them one more time. So, yeah, today we started with just trying to update or replace certain libraries, and ended up digging deep into the .NET generic host system, which was not a easy thing to understand because the documentation is crappy. But now I think I understand it. We did some experiments, and I think I can start implementing that in the actual server. It should be fine. It will change a lot, but it shouldn't be too many changes. It should be, everything should be pretty simple. So yeah, this is what we're gonna do tomorrow probably. And yeah, let's go raid this person. They play Vintage Story. That's a game, not a game development, but still, I really want to see that game. So yeah, let's do that. And yeah, thank you everyone for watching, and hope to see you next time. Have a nice day, and bye bye.